Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have only one book that I currently plan to read tonight, and that is Under Fortunate Stars by Wren Hutchings. It is a sci fi novel that I'm still very early in reading, but honestly enjoying. We have a multiple POV style book, which I tend to find very enjoyable in science fiction, really in books in general, but particularly in sci fi when you have characters that are like on a ship or out in space, or you get to kind of like see different parts of a culture. It's a really fun way to do it. I have also been doing something new, which I haven't done in years, and that is crochet. Now, when I was growing up, I crocheted a lot, and I pretty much only knew three stitches. I learned it at a very young age, and then I just kind of fell off of doing it because I never learned any like patterns or anything. But I have decided I wanted to try sunflowers, and these have turned out really, really well. I'm really proud of these so far. And so I'm planning on making a pouch, like a book pouch. So you can see kind of like the size comparison here. And I thought it would be really cool. So I'll make it a little bit wider so it can accommodate some bigger books. And I have to make more of these sunflowers. And I might end up doing that tonight during sprints if I feel like my focus isn't really that great, because this has been awesome for my attention span. I have to focus very, very strongly to be able to count the stitches and get everything right. Ton of fun. But anyway, so those are the two things that I might have going on tonight that I'm working on. So, as always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you. We're in the really awkward time of year right now where I'm both hot and cold at any given moment, just depending on the temperature. But I do have a mug of apple cider, not alcoholic, just regular apple cider. And I'm enjoying that. I'm having my fall moment, if you will. So I'm going to go ahead and go on over to the comments and see who all is here and how everybody is doing. But please let me know what you are reading or working on today. Swank is here. Hi, Swank. Swank says, howdy, everybody. I'm reading Black Licorice Larceny, a cozy mystery. That is a fantastic name for a cozy mystery. I hope you're having fun. Hi, Laura. How are you? Good to see you. And she says, hi, peeps. And Kat is here. Hi, Kat, my partner in crime from last night's book club meeting, which ended up being great for those of you who were there. I hope you had a fun time. And she says, hey, Alex and friends, I'm hoping to finish Scritch Scratch. Oh, awesome. That's also a great title for a book. Melinda. Hi, Melinda. Melinda says, hello. I'm editing a video to put up tomorrow before I start reading. Well, you are doing very well. I have a video that I need to edit, and I'm probably not going to get to it until tomorrow because I don't think I have the energy to edit tonight. And Heidi. Hi, Heidi. She says, hi, Alex and friends. Well, hello to you. And Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex. I'll be reading tonight. That's my only plan. That sounds nice. I hope that you are reading something fun. And Laura says, reading This Is Where We Talk Things Out, a novella, so short. Well, sometimes short ones are a really good read. Nicole says, beautiful sunflowers. Thank you so much. I don't know if everybody got to see them, but this is what I'm crocheting. I'm working on these right now. For anybody also wondering, this is my first time doing anything like this because I don't know how to read patterns. Sounds like I don't know how to read. That would be pretty bad for a reading and productivity sprint, but I don't know how to read patterns. So I found a video tutorial on how to do these, and I had a practice run with some other yarn that I didn't really care about. And then when I realized I could do them, I'm like, okay, I got to go get the actual colors I want to use. And I'm so happy with them. They make me so joyful. And Swank says, they're cool. Thank you. And Laura says, lovely sunflowers. Thank you. Nicole says, hi, chat friends. And Kat says, I just learned something new about you, Alex. You can crochet. Beautiful sunflowers. Thank you. Yeah, I would always tell people that I could crochet, but the truth was I couldn't really do much with it. So I was always felt like a poser. I'm like, yeah, I can do it, but I don't know how to do anything cool other than just straight stitches. So I guess I'm making an effort to change that. Nicole says, "Oh, you just mentioned why I don't like crochet and knit instead. Concentrate greatly to count." Yeah, well, I know in knitting you have to as well with certain patterns, right? Because it's like knit one, purl one, knit two, purl one, and different things like that. So I ended up having to pay close attention to that as well when I knit. And Kat says, "I need to make some pumpkin spice chai." Ooh, yes, that sounds great. I kind of wish that I had some sort of like, well, I was about to say I wish I had some sort of hot apple cider beverage, but I could just heat my apple cider up. I'm kind of weird about that. I prefer drinking cold apple cider to hot, but if I get really chilled tonight, I will go stick it in the microwave. And Heidi says, I was a teenage slasher and totally fell in love with Stephen Graham Jones from the first page. Hello, gorgeous. Oh, I love that. That's wonderful. Oh, sorry, Denise. Denise says, hello, everybody, and hello to you too. Going to read You Like It Darker. Nice sunflowers, Alex. Thank you. Cass says, yay, Heidi. Stephen Graham Jones is a new favorite author of mine. Yeah, I think that's fantastic. I really look forward to starting My Heart is a Chainsaw. So, yeah, it's going to be great. Faye says, hello, I just finished my last exam ever. I'm free. Oh, Faye, I'm so happy for you. You have rocked that out. And it's been really cool to watch your progress with your schooling during these sprints. So, what are your plans now that you are free? Do you have something lined up for work or like travel plans? You got to take some time off? And Kat says, congrats, Faye. Yes. And Swank says, you go, Faye. Faye says, love the crochet. I'll be doing a lot of that now too. I want to do all the things at once. I don't blame you. Now that you're free from school, you get to revel in that freedom. I remember when I got out of college, and that was when I really picked up reading again because I had the time. I wasn't focused on all the school texts. Faye says, thanks, Kat and Swank. And Nicole says, I never count and knit. I just read the pattern once I see it. I also read patterns and use stitch markers. Maybe that helps. Oh, stitch markers. That sounds like a really cool idea. I wonder if they have anything like that for crochet. And I could, that's the funny thing. I could read a knitting pattern. I just can't read a crochet pattern yet, which doesn't make any sense because I learned how to crochet first, but it's okay. We'll get there. Nicole says, yay, Faye. Melinda says, congrats to Faye. Faye says, thanks, Nicole and Melinda. Laura says, I can't read patterns. I need a video or especially detailed photos. Yeah, I guess I'm a very visual learner in that way that if somebody shows me how to do something, I'll be able to pick it up. But if I have to read directions on how to do it, it's kind of hit or miss. Like I love building IKEA furniture because it's only pictures and it doesn't give you like the weirdly worded instructions because if instructions are not crystal clear or there's any room for interpretation, I get frustrated because I don't think I'm doing it right. And Nicole says, I can't read crochet patterns either. I just recall having to count constantly. Knitting, I can just look at the previous row and know what to do. That's great. And I love that you know how to knit, Nicole. That's super cool. I hand spun yarn from cotton. I hand dyed it and I knit it for my grandma Julie as a birthday present for her 2 years ago. And she really loved it. And that was like the most effort I've ever put into like something. I want to say the most ever I've ever put into anything, but the most creative, I guess, that I could be was just making everything from scratch. I still am very proud of that. And Faye says, thanks, Alex. No immediate plans, but I'm hoping to create a blog where I talk about classic literature from around the world in a fun, accessible way. That sounds great. If you end up making that, do share with everybody because I would be interested in checking it out. And Nicole says, I love building IKEA furniture, words that will never come out of my mouth. Yeah, I do actually really love putting things together. I look at building really any kind of furniture. IKEA to me is a very accessible style to build. But I just love assembling things because it takes me back to my days when I used to build Bionicles. And I guess I've always been one of those people that's like, if you give me a bunch of stuff and then, explain how I'm supposed to put it together, I'm there every time. But I really love puzzles too. Melinda says, I actually use knitting stitch counters when I crochet. Okay. Well, if anybody wants to pop a link to like a website that where I could buy those and it shows me how I'm supposed to use them, I will probably take you up on that because that sounds really nice. Faye says, will do. And Nicole says, "Oh, yes, Faye. I'm so interested in reading more classics from around the world." Yes. Hi, Emily. Good to see you. Emily says, "Greetings to all. Spinner picks my book and time read for this weekend starts off with Some People Need Killing by Patricia Evangelista. Evangelista? Evangelista? I'm not even going to pretend like I am pronouncing that correctly. But that's awesome, Emily. I hope it's fun. And Laura says, building IKEA furniture makes me feel competent. Yes, it I'm there with you 100%. And Swank says, that sounds great, Faye. Faye says, Nicole, woohoo, I'm excited to get it started. Yes, that's awesome. Well, if y'all want to let me know, now that we've gotten to have our lovely introduction, how long you would like the first sprint to be, I can also give you all your first question. So, actually, in the spirit of my sunflowers, my first question will be, would you rather only get sunflower seeds as a snack or chocolate chip cookies? And Nicole says, yay, for Faye. And 45. Well, perfect, because that's already what I had up. Swank says 60. Oh, yeah, we always do 30 or 45, Swank. Though sometimes I'll relent and do like some weird timed one and sometimes. But yeah, I'll go ahead and get the timer pulled up here and think about this is a very simple question, but think about the answer to this question. And oh, Nicole's like, is that an actual question? Yes, it is. Some people don't like sweets as much. I always get really curious which people are less sweets people and more like salty snack people. But I will go ahead and get the timer started and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. You may have noticed that I have entered snuggle mode because I got cold. So I'm wearing Keaton's hoodie and I got my blanket, and I feel much better now. I'm warmer. I've also made it to page 46. So I hope that you all were able to be productive during that sprint. And before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather only get sunflower seeds as a snack or chocolate chip cookies? Let's see what y'all had to say. So Faye was the first answer and said sunflower seeds, yum. And Swank says chocolate chip cookies, please. Faye says some people don't like sweets as much, slowly raises hand. And Nicole says if the chocolate chip cookies has salt in them, then the cookie for sure. Okay. I don't know of any chocolate chip cookie that doesn't have salt. Anyway, all the recipes I've ever made, the cookie has had salt. You said, I grew up with the people who don't like sweets as much. I had to visit family to have dessert. That's not fun and not fair. So I could totally understand why you would absolutely go for cookie. And Faye says, Victober reading here. I finally come. Woohoo! He said, oh, Nicole, I would have let you have sweets. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's got their personal preferences. I mean, if I had a child who only liked savory snacks, I would get them savory snacks. And Christina says, well, also, first off, hi, Christina. She said, hi, Alex. Hi, chat. Remember, hydrate or mummify. I like that. You should start using that more. Boo, give a jump scare to the like button. Thank you so much. You said, lurking and working on the sprinting spreadsheet while watching Two Towers with my niece. It's her first time watching these movies. Oh, that is fantastic. I'm so happy that you get to share Lord of the Rings. And Christina said 47. Heidi says, hey, is that question for real? Chocolate chip cookies are the goat. Would you rather have a kale smoothie or any type of milkshake, strawberry, vanilla, or chocolate? I would definitely have a chocolate milkshake. Though I do love plain vanilla ice cream. I've never been a fan of strawberry, though. Never been a fan of fruit flavored ice cream. I like sherbet, like I'll eat like an orange sherbet, but the whole, what do they call them? Like raspberry rhapsody and those, I've never been able to get behind like the fruit in the ice cream, which is weird because I love fruit yogurt. Don't know what the difference is. Hi, Rebecca. Rebecca says, hi, reading The Haunting of Blackwood House by Darcy Coates. A great book club chat yesterday. Oh, thank you so much. And I hope that you're enjoying your book. And hi, Robert. Robert says, Alex, forgot to pay the electric bill. Hope everyone is having a great day. I'm rereading Kafka on the Shore and the Book That Won't Burn. I've never heard of, well, no, I guess I've heard of Kafka on the Shore, and I think I've heard of the Book That Wouldn't Burn, but I don't know who wrote the second one. And if you're joking about the fact that my light dimmed, that's because it was blinding me in the face and I needed to lower it a little bit, especially now that the light is starting to go so early in the evenings. You know, when we were in the summertime and it wouldn't really start setting until like 8:30, 9 p.m. That was lovely. Now when I try to have my lights on for sprints, my eyes get tired so much faster because we lose the natural light and I'm staring into like lamps and stuff, which is always harder on me. I know it's a small complaint, very first world problem, but still. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, yo, I have to pick sunflower seeds because I'm a salty over sweet type of person. I knew that there would be at least a couple. And Robert says, home slice, I'm picking chocolate. Yeah. And Heidi says, Robert, I softy enough the burn book. Let me know if you loved it next time. And you said, Alex, I may miss next chat. We'll catch the next one. Okay, sounds good. Hi, Angel. Good to see you. I'm glad that you were able to make it to the live show yesterday. You said, hello, everyone. Oh, I want to learn how to crochet now. Audiobook and video game for tonight. Sunflower seeds, please. All right, that's 3 people for sunflower seeds, assuming I counted correctly, which I think I did. Audiobook and video game, that sounds like a great way to spend the evening. And you absolutely could learn how to crochet if you want to. There's plenty of video tutorials. You don't have to read them in books. And Robert says, Heidi, I guarantee I'll love it the second time. There you go. Heidi says, you're a rereader. You're a rereader, Robert. You need to read some of my top picks before you reread Warlord Chronicles, Boudica series, Lions of Al-Rasan, Daughter of the Empire, First Law. I am happy to say, Heidi, that either because of you or because of other people on BookTube, I know most of what you just referenced. So that's a thumbs up. Hi, Jessica. Good to see you. You said, hi, friends. Getting my November TBR out today and also finishing Dracula for a readathon, then moving into Ninth House. Ninth House by Leigh Bardugo. I have yet to read a Leigh Bardugo, but I can tell you that if I do pick up anything, I will be reading Six of Crows. And if I like that one, I'll read the duology. It's kind of been one of those duologies that's on my radar because so many people talked about it when it came out and everybody seemed to be obsessed with Six of Crows. I'm not really a bandwagon jumper. Like, it's going to be very rare that you see me read something just because it's popular in that year. I'm tardy to the party for everything. But I do intend to read that at some point and hopefully will like it. Jessica says, hi, Keaton. Bye, Keaton. Yeah, he came in to show me he got a new record, and it was one of those like special pressings where the records are actually a different color. They have like a pattern on them and everything. And he collects different albums, and it's one that I really like. Like the actual music I really like and the aesthetics. It turned out really beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen an album quite like it where it actually had 3 different colors in like set blocks. So I can only imagine what it looks like when it spins. It's probably very pretty. Robert says, Heidi, Don't Let the Forest In, the book that broke the world, and Northwoods is next. I also have 4 books on hold. I'm really excited to tell you all my reading plans for November. I haven't filmed that one yet. My other video was actually for a tag video that Kat tagged me for, and I was like, oh, that's fun. It's about fall, but it involves giving book recommendations instead of just me providing feedback about myself, which is always fun in a tag. So I'm hoping that you all are going to enjoy that and that I'll be able to get my TBR video for November filmed soon so that, you all can be on the hopefully on the bandwagon with me. And hi, Angela. Angela says Etsy has loads of crochet stitch markers. In fact, a favorite YouTuber of mine receives a little sunflower as a gift from her friend last week. Adorable. That is so sweet. I love it so much. I only just learned about granny squares, which is what these are. Where you get a different pattern and it comes in a square, and then you can actually crochet them together, and that's what this little seam is. So that makes me super happy because that means that you can make super versatile stuff, and of course you can make them in any different colors that you want. I wanted them to actually be sunflower colors, but I've seen some really pretty ones that people have done where they just pick a different color scheme and it makes it look like some other flower. I definitely want to try that too after I figure this one out, which I'm definitely intent on doing. So I don't know. I don't think I mentioned this at the beginning of the video, but if I did, I'm sorry. I'm probably repeating myself. But the reason I decided to start doing this is because I actually saw something on Etsy, Angela, where it was a book like cozy that you could get with a little flap on it, and you could store your book, and it had a little button. And I have like multiple different book cozies that I use. And I was looking at it and I was like, well, I could pay like $30 for somebody else to make it, or I can take the time to learn how to do it myself and have something to focus on and be creative. And so that was what I decided to do instead. And getting the materials to do this was like half the price of buying it from somebody. And I'm really enjoying making it. So I feel like I've gotten so much more out of it just trying on my own, which makes me feel good. No shade if like you want to buy something that you're not interested in making. Like, for example, I bought a quilt from overseas. It was these 2 ladies make quilts, and they were in the UK, and I do not have any intention right now of ever making a quilt, but I really wanted one, and I saw it and I thought it was just like the most beautiful quilt I'd ever seen, so I bought it from them also on Etsy. But this was just one thing I'm like, I'm going to do my own project. Heidi says, Robert, it's okay. Hopefully one day in the future. Yeah, there's just so many books out there, but never give up hope. Robert says, and I had a shitty day, so our host needs to be super nice to me. I'm really sorry to hear that, Robert. I hope that the weekend will be kinder to you, but I will always be super nice to you. That's the guarantee. I only give back what I receive. I promise. And most of the time I don't even do that. Angela says, "Hi Alex, I'm not a chocolate chip cookie fan, so I'd choose the sunflower seeds." Okay. Well, Angela, do you have a favorite kind of cookie? I love chocolate chip cookies, but I also love sugar cookies, snickerdoodles, oatmeal raisin, peanut butter cookies, the ones with the little Hershey kisses in the middle that I always make me think of Christmas. I love those. And Kat says, chocolate chip cookie for me, please. I'll save the sunflower seeds to sprinkle on my salad. Yeah. And Robert says, Keaton. Yeah, he's a cutie. Kat says, Robert, sorry to hear that. I hope your day improves. Yeah, I agree. Robert says, Kat, it's better now. Thank you. Hashtag capybara. What if I got like a little pin, Robert, with a capybara that every single time I did a reading and productivity sprint, it was just always there? I've seen some really cute ones. Or I could learn how to crochet a capybara. Oh, that would be hilarious. Kat says, oh, good, Robert. Swank says, I finished a licorice book and started on Scarecrow, Skeletons, and Murder. Well, good on you. Is Scarecrow, Skeletons, and Murder also a cozy mystery? Laura said, I love chocolate, but I get tired of sweet things very quickly. Still, with variety of chocolate, milk, dark, white, ruby, I think I would be able to survive with snacking just the cookies. I have never heard of ruby chocolate, so can you please explain to me what that is? I'm not a fan of white chocolate, unfortunately, but dark chocolate is my favorite. Milk chocolate's great, but dark chocolate's my favorite. Melinda says, chocolate chip cookies, of course. And Tessa Dean, hi, Tessa Dean. She says, hello. And Nicole says, listen to my audiobook for 10 minutes. Also did laundry and cleaned shoes. Oh, nice. You did more than reading. You were also productive with your cleaning today. Very nice. I did some chores around the house as well. I took out the trash. I did a load of towels and underwear, and I loaded up and ran the dishwasher. So I did some good things today that wasn't just, working and crocheting. And Faye says, I read 25 pages of Carmilla by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. Did I pronounce that correctly? It is Carmilla, I hope. And Emily says, I'd like to replace chocolate chip cookies with peanut butter cookies and sugar cookies. That's fair. Tessa Dean says, chocolate chip cookies for me, although I am diabetic and shouldn't have them anyhow. Oh, that's a bummer. But I would also be a rebel. Can't keep me down. Gotta eat my cookie. Nicole says, I have chocolate chip with little or no salt. Don't recommend. Yeah, that sounds like it would be really bland because that salt really brings out the flavors of like the vanilla and everything that's in the chocolate chip cookie. In this case, I would also have to go with chocolate chip cookie, though I do really love sunflower seeds. When I was growing up, the biggest snack that I would have on the road, and it's actually thanks to my dad, were corn nuts. And he would always joke that it sounded like I was chewing on rocks. And if you've never had a corn nut, I highly recommend at some point you just buy a bag of them. They're not like the best snack in the world, very much like you're eating it in the car and it's just what's available kind of snack. But this noise that it makes when you're eating them will disturb everyone around you, I promise. Hi, Stormy. Stormy says, hi, everyone. I wasn't reading Cook Supper. While doing that, I watched BookTube. Hope to get to Lenny Among Ghosts, a middle grade book, when I go upstairs. Well, nice. And I hope that your dinner was tasty. What did you end up making? And Tessa Dean says, I had strawberry ice cream for dessert tonight. Nice. Kat says, I've made it to page 231, 270 in Scritch Scratch. Well, you're definitely going to finish that tonight then. You've made a lot of progress. Robert says, I mentioned the electric bill because you're dressed like Nook of the North. Yeah, no, that's fair. I do have the heat on, but Keaton has been asking me if I have problems with like my circulation because my hands are always a very different temperature in the winter months than like the rest of me. So for example, he was concerned that I had a fever because I was so cold and he went and we have one of those electric thermometers that you just hold up to your head. And he took my temperature. My temperature was normal. It was 97.8. But when he took the temperature of my hands, they were 91 degrees. So to me, they felt like they were freezing. And I don't know why it's like that. I always joked it's because I have bony fingers, but I don't know, maybe I do have some sort of weird circulation thing. Because like my chest and everything, like my heart and everything is warm. My hands just get very cold. Storm says, oh, chocolate chip cookies for sure. Kat says, I haven't read Elise Bardugo yet. However, I have a couple of her books. Kat, which of her books do you have? Denise says, chocolate chip cookies, no contest. Spent most of the sprint helping my husband. Started over on You Like It Darker. It's been a few weeks since I picked it up and I was only 20 pages in. Oh, well, then that's a good reason to restart it. So that was very nice of you to be helping out your hubby. And you said, Robert, I love Northwoods. It's one of the best books I read this year. 5 stars. Great. Alicia says, I like the color of your granny squares. Thank you. I was super excited because I wanted one specific color. I don't know whether you pronounce it like an Aran or Aran. It's Aran. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. But it was a tweed color. And there was like just this one specific version of it I really wanted. And there were only 2 skeins of it left at the store in one basket. Like I was wandering around the whole place trying to find this one color. And I just was so excited because I got one of the last 2 and it was only $2. Laura says, I have less than 20 pages left. I already think I know what the twist is. It's supposed to be scary, but I'm getting angry at the character that's supposed to be hated, feared. Oh, I hate it when I can guess what the ending of a book is. I'm sorry that you're feeling mad instead of scared. Robert says, Denise, I'll get to it soon. Everyone seems to love it. Angela says, those sunflower granny squares would look great in a book tote. I've always been a crafter, so if I could make it, I always tried. Enjoy your project. You're doing great. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. I'm having fun, regardless of how it turns out. And it's not perfect, you know. And anything I make seems to have some sort of imperfection, but I'm happy. And Swang says, yes, it's a short cozy. Nice. Faye says, I used to sell things I crocheted and still get commissions from family sometimes. I love that. Where did you sell them, Faye? Did you sell them at like a local market? Did you sell them on Etsy? Angela says, I'm not a cookie person in general. I'm an ice cream girl, winter, spring, summer, and fall. My very first job was working at an ice cream shop, and we actually opened up at late fall, which seems like a really bad idea if you think about it. But people came in, man, they loved it, even during the winter. But when it got warmer outside, that was when business was crazy. Jessica says, I hated the Six of Crows duology, using Ninth House for my animosity prompt for Scarathon, an author you currently previously disliked. I've had an idea for a video before of, you know, trying to give authors a second chance. That's the thing that other booktubers have done, like giving these authors a second chance. Usually, if I find an author that I really dislike something, I don't even want to try to give them another opportunity because I'm like, why would I put myself through that? But if there's something out there that would interest me enough and I can find more than one book and more than one author, I probably would try to do that kind of video. And Laura says, crochet capybara. I want to learn how to make little bees. Oh, that's cute. I love bees. And Denise says, my husband eats corn nuts. I think they're gross. Yeah, that's fair. I really don't eat them anymore, but sometimes if I'm desperate. Robert says, crochet a book-themed scarf. We need a poll. Oh, that would, what should Alex crochet next? And Faye says, my dad wants to learn how to crochet, so I've got him a kit for Christmas to make little bees. That is so great. Is that like one of those little, what do they call them? The woolbles? Woolbles? I don't think I'm saying that correctly, but I've seen them where you make like a little animal. Storm says, I love corn nuts. Haven't had those in forever, lol. We had pancakes with strawberries. What a great dinner. I have stuff to make, biscuits and gravy this weekend. Probably will be for breakfast, but I still love them. And Nicole says, have you ever had frostbite? That'll mess with your circulation. I have not, fortunately. I usually couldn't stand to be out in the cold that long anyway. Definitely not long enough to get frostbite. And Faye says, cold hands, warm heart is a common saying. Is it really? Well, I guess I fit that mold. And Alicia says, I have the same issue with my hands and feet. Yeah, I do get it in my feet too. So that's interesting. I wonder why that happens. Nicole says, all crochet bees sound cute. Yeah, they do. I have I actually have a dice bag that I had somebody make that is a crocheted bee, and it's so perfect. I can fit like all my dies in there for when I used to play Magic the Gathering. And it's a big chunky bee too, not like a tiny one. So I could just dump it out on the table. It's just full. And Kat says the ninth house and Shadow and Bone. Okay, so the Shadow and Bone, is that the Grisha trilogy? I feel like that was the I feel like that's the name of it. And then of course Ninth House, I know that was her most recent kind of like series that she had started. I think the main character's name is Alex as well. Angela says cold hands and warm heart. Oh. And Nicole says you're dressed in the colors of a sunflower around Aaron is like Aaron. Okay, good. Thank you very much for clarification. You're right. I guess I am feeling colorful and bright today. Nicole says, yes, Angela, ice cream year round. I do love Cold Stone Creamery year round. They have had some bomb ice cream this season. They had one, I think it's going away in November, so I'm going to have to try and going to get it again. But it was a cinnamon. I think it was that it. It was like a snickerdoodle ice cream or something like that. It was really delicious, and I didn't expect to like it that much because I always get the same thing. I'm a creature of habit, and I always get a birthday cake remix when I go there. But it was just what was the name? I have to tell you all what the name of that was. What was it? I'll find that during our next sprint, and I'll put it in the chat. Because if you guys haven't had it and you really like ice cream, you should definitely go to Cold Stone. Uh, oh, I did try their boo batter, by the way, because so if I can get my words together here, because I love the birthday cake remix as a birthday cake flavored ice cream, and their boo batter is the one that comes out every Halloween that they dye with like a blue dye to make it a black color, so it's a really really dark black or really, really dark blue, excuse me. And I tried it and it does not taste the same. So, however they make that, it's a fun novelty to eat it, but I go with the regular from now on for sure. And Teresa says, "Hello everyone listening to Return of the King, about 70% done." Well, super cool, and hello to you, Teresa. And Nicole says, "I just had some. Nice." Faye says, I sold things on Etsy and at craft sales in the area. That's great. I love that for you. Said, I'm hoping to reopen my Etsy store now that I'm free. I hope that you can too. And Kat says, Angela, my husband is the same way with ice cream. I love all the sweets. Oh, and we're getting close to the end of the comments here as well. That turned out to be a surprisingly great discussion about salty versus sweet foods. Super happy about that. But let me know whether you would like the next sprint to be 30 or 45 minutes. And Swank says, I worked at Pharrell's and Swenson's ice cream parlors. That's fun. I think working at an ice cream shop or some sort of food service is a very common job for people at some point in their life. I mean, definitely as a first job in my case. Kat says Shadow and Bone is in the Grishaverse universe. Yes, I think it was in a box of books Kelsey gave me. Okay, nice. That one I know has a lot of mixed reviews of like the way that people felt about it is they either seem to really like it or hate it. And Nicole says Cold Stone banana ice cream with chocolate chips is great. I didn't even realize they had a banana ice cream. Kat says 45. All right. And Angela says, I've been enjoying Handel's ice cream a lot recently. That's nice. Desidine said 45 as well. So that's perfect. We have an agreement. 45 minutes, which means I got to give you all your next question, which is going to be what are your favorite classic Halloween characters in media? Vampire, witches, ghosts, mummies, Frankenstein's monster, werewolves, etc. Kat, I know what one of yours is going to be, but for everybody else, sometimes, a classic character in a book is fun. So I want to know what yours is. And I will also find that ice cream flavor. I'm pretty sure it is cinnamon. But I will see you all in a little bit. Enjoy your 45-minute break. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read a little bit during that sprint, made it to page 55, but then decided I was going to start on my next sunflower. So this is my sunflower in progress. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what are your favorite classic Halloween characters in media? So let's see what you all had to say. Heidi says Swank was Farrell's on the South Shore of Long Island, New York, or Farrell. I'm not sure if it's Farrell or Farrell. Asking about the ice cream shop he worked at. And Nicole says The Great Pumpkin. All right, I love that. I was not expecting a Charlie Brown reference for classic Halloween characters. And Angela says vampire. All right, I love the bats. I wanted everybody to know I found that ice cream flavor at Cold Stone that is the bomb and I think is going away in November, and that's the Center Roll Bliss. And I love it so much. And Teresa said ghosts. Okay. Angel says Cold Stone sweet cream with raspberry and coconut. I've had their sweet cream. It definitely, it surprised me just how sweet it was. Faye says, I like a good haunted house. Okay, I like that. He says, I think I like ghosts for Halloween. Okay. Swank says, zombies or witches or skeletons. I like that. And you said, Heidi, it was in Mesquite, Texas in Town East Mall. Okay. Yeah, totally different parts of the country. Far north versus far south. Storm says, for horror, I like vampires and werewolves, but for fun, spoopy books, mummies, and ghosts. I think that's very fair. I like that. Kat says, zombies! Surprise! However, I loved vampires before zombies, still love them, and I enjoy a good witchy story as well as a good ghost story. Robert says, ghouls! Okay, I'll go with ghosts. And Tessa Dean says, I don't have a favorite classic Halloween character. Ghosts maybe think of, thinking of Casper. I used to watch Casper the Friendly Ghost on repeat. I had like certain movies I gravitated towards that I would watch all the time. I haven't seen Casper since I was probably like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years old. I wonder if I would like it now, but I thought it was a great movie then. Heidi says, Swank, I guess not the same ice cream shop. Rebecca says, witches and scarecrows. Oh, I didn't even think about scarecrows. That's an awesome answer. I'm also very partial to witches. If I had to pick a favorite, like tropey Halloween creature character, I probably would always pick witches. Tessa Dean says, I have to get used to wheeling around in a wheelchair. I can no longer get in and out of my daughter's vehicles for doctor's appointments, and I need to switch to the transportation vehicles. I'm sorry to hear that. That's really hard. Does that have anything to do with the fact that you're diabetic or just other health issues? That is really hard to rely on other people to help you get around. Zach says, I'll be starting Camilla and Laura by S.D. Simper, which is a retelling. Faye inspired me to read it because the original Camilla is my favorite vampire story, and I've read it 7 times. Wow, 7 times. You hear that, Faye? That's impressive. Tessa Dean says, plus they may be making me a permanent wheelchair user. I have to see what's the assessment says from the physical therapy company. Walking has become quite painful. I am so sorry, but if being in the wheelchair ends up helping you with your pain, I'm not going to say that that's a welcome change, but if it'll help you not be as uncomfortable, I hope that it'll be a quicker adjustment for you. I'll say that. Swank says, sorry, I have to go. Thanks for the sprints. Everyone have a good weekend. You too. I'm glad that you were able to make it. Thanks. Tessa Dean says, I'm working on my memoir tonight. You are always working hard on that, and I respect that. Hope that it's going well. Zach says, as for classic movie monsters, Godzilla is my number 1. I like all the classic movie monsters, but Frankenstein, Wolfman, and Creature from the Black Lagoon would be my top 3 from American movies. Awesome. Hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, everyone. Reading The Hounds of Baskerville. Nice. Halfway through, enjoying so far. That's a classic right there. Said, I like the classics. I like Frankenstein's monster. Dracula is my favorite book, so I have to include Dracula, and I'm Teen Edward, of course. And Heidi says, Zach, you just took me back to the 1970s watching 4:30 p.m. movie where we had a whole week of theme movies. That's great. Laura says, I don't have a favorite monster, though I get a bit nerdy when it comes to depictions of vampires, werewolves, and media, though a good writer can make anything work. Yeah, so if I had to pick the two creatures I dislike most in literature, I would say vampires and werewolves only because they are so overdone. Like they're one of the tropiest of all Halloween characters. However, if they're done uniquely and they're done well, I absolutely will read those books. But it's not going to be something like if somebody's like, yeah, it's a book about vampires. I'm not going to immediately go, oh, I want to read that, if that makes sense. But for some reason, witches I automatically do. Like, I love witch stories. Christina says, "Oh, I just remembered my favorite witch from HR Pufnstuf, Witchy Poo." I don't know that character, but that's great. And Heidi says, Christina, Sigmund and the Sea Monster and the Bugaloos. Everyone in this chat is bringing all the childhood faves back to my memory. That's great. We're going to have a nostalgia night. Jessica says, I have sufficiently spammed Discord with my TBR video, and now I need a coffee, and then I swear I will read. Well, hey, no, you're doing a great job. You take it at your own pace, do what you got to do. I started feeling guilty when I began crocheting during that sprint, and then I had the thought, I'm with friends, and they are productivity sprints, and this is being productive in my own way, so I'm not going to feel bad about it if I don't read as much tonight. So, you got to do what you got to do. He said, my favorite Halloween characters are vampires, witches, and ghosts. Can't go wrong. Oh, and demons. I'm fine. Totally fine. I really like ghost stories. I mean, I think the ghost can be done really well, especially if the ghost remembers who they were as a person and they're having to engage with people who can't see them. I think that can be interesting. And hi, Elena. How are you? You said, good afternoon, Alex. Well, good afternoon to you as well. It's evening here now. Hope you're doing well. Zach says, Heidi, I've always been a little obsessed with monster movies. I didn't get rid of my VCR and VHS copies of them until 2021. I still have DVDs and Blu-rays. I mean, I think DVDs and Blu-rays are going to last quite a while because we have yet, other than streaming services, to come up with another printed medium that's going to be better. And I honestly am not really sure if we're going to, only because of the popularity of streaming. So it kind of just get what you can. Keaton started collecting a lot more physical media just because of how much stuff has gone digital. And so we have a pretty good collection of movies ourselves. Laura says, by the way, I finished the story and the ending made me even angrier. No, from a 4 stars, it brought it down to a 2 out of 5. Been watching TikTok videos to lift my mood. I am so sorry. That sucks. That is not fun to be going through a book and be feeling really, pretty solid about it. I mean, 4 is a solid rating, and then it just tanked that low. Wow. Kat says, I finished Scratch. Woohoo! My second book completed today. Dang, girl, go! I finished Horror Store by Grady Hendrix this morning. Well, I look forward to hearing what you thought about that, Kat. Because I still have yet to read a Grady Hendrix, and it probably is going to be a while before I do, to be honest with you. Storm says, Laura, what were you reading? And Melinda says, had to run out and do the school pickup during the sprint, but witches are my favorite. Yay! that makes 2. And Laura says, Stormy, this is where we talk things out. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time articulating tonight. This is where we talk things out by Caitlin Marceau. Melina says, 323 pages read. Awesome. Emily says, I am a fan of werewolves. All right. Storm says, just got upstairs, so only read like 2% of my book and at 50%. Nice. Lisa says, I love all the monsters. Vampires and witches are probably tied. I read some of The Starving Saints. Ooh, that's a interesting title. Angela says, oh, Casper was my favorite cartoon as a kid. That's great. And Dennis says, read up to page 12, made a pizza bagel, and ate. I also had a pizza tonight. I had one of those DiGiorno stuffed crust pizzas. I like those things a lot. Tessa Dean says, other health reasons, though diabetes doesn't help. I'm so sorry. Denise said, ghosts. Jessica says, in literature, I can't do werewolves. I haven't read a good werewolf book yet. That is very fair. Christina says, Heidi, oh, I love Sigmund the sea monster. He was so cute, but his family was so mean to him. I don't know this character, but I don't like the idea that his family's mean to him. Storm says, I feel like there are no great horror vampire werewolf books these days, and they seem to romance them to death, though. Yeah, that's my feeling about it, is whenever I think of somebody saying, oh, it's a vampire book, or oh, it's a werewolf book, I'm like, so it's going to be some sort of paranormal romance. That's automatically my first thought, not a horror novel. So I'm right there with you. Kat says, I enjoyed Cycle of the Werewolf by Stephen King. I am not familiar with that at all, Kat. So good to know that King, I mean, I guess I should be surprised that King did a werewolf book. You know, he's covered a lot of the other bases. But yeah, I haven't heard of that one. Heidi says, do you remember in Weird Sisters, the ghost could only put tons of salt on the oatmeal or in the oatmeal? Yes. Things like that are so funny where the ghosts are like really trying to interact with the world and they can only do like little things or, you know, kind of make like a gust of wind or occasionally a whisper and people turn around. They're like, what was that? And the ghost is like, I'm right here, damn it. That kind of thing is fun. And that's one of the reasons that I enjoyed Under the Whispering Door. And Teresa says, why does Lord of the Rings have so many appendices? And Storm says, Cat, hope you like Scritch Scratch. And Faye says, are you talking about the Can I Keep You Casper? Oh, Can I Keep You Casper Swoon? Yeah. So I think part of the reason I love that movie so much is, you know, it's spoilers for a super freaking old movie, everybody, but that moment when he gets to be turned back into a boy, you know, and like that was such a charming kind of, it wasn't like fully a romance, but it was at the same time. And it appealed to me a lot as a child. Melinda says, no, a werewolf fan, but I even get, no, a werewolf fan, but if I ever get the chance to read the unpublished John Steinbeck werewolf novel, I will be there. Oh, okay, not a werewolf fan. Yeah, I got you. And I know that you love John Steinbeck, so that's great. It makes perfect sense. If y'all want to tell me how long you would like the next sprint to be, you can go ahead and put that in the chat. Kat says, I did Storm. I love the historical element, and I want to read more about the SS Eastland. Nice. Looks like I might need to put Scritch Scratch on one of my multitude of wish lists. Oh, goodness. Oh, it's got a great cover. That's fantastic. Storm says, awesome. It's my favorite Lindsay Curry book, though I do love them all. Liz said 45. Did he said 45 as well? All right. Faye says, same. Devon Sawa was crazy cute. Yes, agreed. And Zach says, I love the DiGiorno stuffed crust pizzas too, although they do seem a little small now. Cycle of the Werewolf by Stephen King was made into the movie Silver Bullet with Gary Busey. Oh, God, Gary Busey. Ooh, that man. I think the only role I've seen him in that I actually enjoyed was it Rush Hour? Where he was like one of the villain's cronies. It's the movie where he sticks his hand out over the flame to prove his, like, you know, his hardcoreness, his testament to his boss. And even though it's burning him, he stands there and he takes it. It was either Rush Hour or Lethal Weapon. I'm pretty sure it was Rush Hour. Laura says, I'll go to sleep. Need to travel tomorrow. Good night. Okay, well, good night. It was good to see you. Thanks for coming. Cass says, it's my first Lindsay Curry, but I'll be reading more by her. That's great. So cool when we find new authors we like. Oh, and Zach, to your comment about the DiGiorno stuffed crust pizza, I agree. How is a pizza this big in a box that's this big? It's not fair and it doesn't make any sense. Shrinkflation is real and nobody can change my mind. Angel said lethal weapon. Okay, thank you. It's one of the two. Okay. My initial gut reaction was wrong, but that's okay. At least I said the other one in there. I said the correct one in there. All right. So I have the 45 minutes up, but I need to give you all your next question. And that is going to be, would you rather have to solve a riddle to save your life or solve an escape room puzzle? This is, I guess, dependent on what type of puzzles you feel like you're good at. Heidi says the Buddy Holly story was a great Busey movie. I think he got brain trauma at some point. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And that's why, like, I I would never want to make fun of him because he did have an actual brain injury. But the way that he's been in the public eye since then and the way that he's behaved due to that injury is there's definitely been a lot of yikes moments. So, but him before that time, when he was like a more serious actor, it sounds like he did a pretty good job. So, we got 45 minutes up on the clock. I will see you all in a little bit. I'm going to work some more on my little flower and hopefully get some more reading in and maybe get some more apple cider. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I finished my flower, and then I got to page 62 in Under Fortunate Stars. I am really enjoying this so far. I like the writing style. I like the descriptions. The characters are interesting. There's sufficient mystery. I'm pleased with it. So hope it continues that way. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have to solve a riddle to save your life or solve an escape room puzzle? Let's see what you had to say. All right. Looks like Alicia answered first and said escape room. Okay. Faye says solve a riddle. I'd rather die than get locked in an escape room. Okay. Teresa said escape room. Okay, Kat said escape room with Alicia. Yo! Alicia says we could do it, Kat. How fun would that be? You would find the fun in a dire situation, and I respect that. Zach says 10,000% escape room. I hate riddles. Kat says we would have a blast, Alicia. Melinda says escape room. I have an uncanny talent with them. I'm not sure where it comes from because I get easily distracted, but put me in a locked room and I will get out of it. I love that. That's so funny. Tessa Dean says, I would rather attempt a riddle as I can sometimes figure them out. I'm not much good with puzzles, though. Totally fair. Stormy says, that is hard because I think I would fail at both, but going with escape room. Okay. Best of two evils. Robert says, good night. I hope everyone has a great day, evening. You too, Robert. Sorry you got to go early, but I know you said you had a rough day. I hope your weekend is better. Angela said, if those are my only choices, I shall prepare to die now. Your all's responses to this one are gold. Emily said, I couldn't even answer all the Lord of the Rings riddles in The Hobbit, a children's book, so I'll go with an escape room puzzle as that at least buys me time. Fair. Nicole says, escape room puzzle. Okay, Jessica says, solve an escape room puzzle. I would die if it was the other option. And hello, Book Dust Media. How are you? You said hello. Is there anybody out there? I sure am. And so are the rest of us, all 18 people on right now. And Kat says, thanks for sprints. Alex Berry just made us chili cheese fries. Ho ho! And we're going to watch a horror movie. Happy weekend, everyone. Well, I hope that you enjoy your evening, enjoy your chili cheese fries, and enjoy the weekend as well. Keaton and I have one of those boxes of scratch off dates. If you all have ever been interested in doing something like that, I can tell you it's actually a lot of fun. And our most recent scratch off is that we have to binge watch a show together. Now, the way that we binge watch obviously is a little different because both of us finding the time to just sit and watch a whole show all in one go, it's nearly impossible because we're both very active in our hobbies. However, I am having him for the first time ever watch The Haunting of Hill House. And he's a really big fan of the director because we watched Midnight Mass together. And there's a lot of the same actors, obviously just play different characters in The Haunting of Hill House. I've seen the show all the way through one other time, so I know what happens. I'm really excited to show it to him because it's such a great TV series. So, really excited about that. And we've seen the first episode so far, and he loves it. Heidi says, see you tomorrow, Kat, 8 a.m. Central Standard Time at Sprintaroonies. Yes. And Nicole says, we did an escape room puzzle last Thanksgiving. It was a lot of screaming and fun. I've done an escape room only one time, but the room that we were in and the scenario was so bizarre because we were actually handcuffed to a bed. Me, like, it was, I think, like 8 other people. There were quite a lot of us in this room, but the way that they hid the key and we had to try to find it, like we were literally picking up the bed and carrying it around because we couldn't figure out where the key was. It was hilarious. But we did get out with I think it was only like 30 seconds to spare, but we did get out. Denise says, read 25 pages on page 37, the riddle. Okay. Stormy says, got to 54%. Also watching an old horror movie, Bog. LOL. I love it. I know of Bog. Alicia says, I got stuck in an escape room once with a couple that were on a blind date. Oh, God. Long story short, their date did not go well. It's a great test to really get to know a person. That is that's like a whole extra level of stress because depending on how you feel about the other person, you might be trying to impress them while also trying to play a game. And if you're really competitive, that'll come through too. So yeah, that does not sound like a good first date at all. Like that's maybe like fourth date material. So Alicia, you've given me food for thought there. Elena says, thanks for sprints, Alex. See you tomorrow afternoon. Um, oh, if you're talking to everybody else for cat sprints, I think she's sprinting in the morning, but hopefully you'll be able to join hers. And thank you for coming. Faye says, Alicia, wow, extreme for a blind date. Yeah, no joke. And Alicia says, yes, Faye, haha, it was fun for me to witness. Faye says, love Midnight Mass and Haunting of Hill House. Yeah, they're really great. And I didn't know at the time. So I saw The Haunting of Hill House way back, when it pretty much first came out, maybe within like a year of it coming out. And so it's been all this time. And then this year, Keaton had me watch Midnight Mass, and I had forgotten any except for one of the actors. It was the lady who in Midnight Mass is the one who was pregnant. Like I remember her very vividly because she played Theo in The Haunting of Hill House, and I loved her character. I thought she was great. But now that we're rewatching it, I'm seeing all the people, and I'm like, oh my god, them and them and them and them, and it was just really cool. I never saw the second season, where my understanding is for The Haunting of Hill House that when they did a season 2, it was all the same actors, but they were playing different characters, and it was a completely different scenario, kind of like how I've heard people explain American Horror Story, which is another show that I've never watched. So I don't know. Maybe I've gotten that completely wrong. I have no idea. Elena says Dodgers on tonight on channel 11 Fox News. Oh, we'll definitely watch the Dodgers. That sounds like fun. So we just did the international anthem, and the airplane were up in the sky. Very cool. Zach says Carmilla and Laura by SD Semper is going well. The other good retelling I read this year was Carmilla by Luna Fury. Okay, with a K. I like that. Angel says, I've never done an escape room. It's a good time. I will say you want to be with people who are going to make it fun, but who also try. So in the group that I was with, I was one of the people that was doing a lot of the legwork, right? Because I love puzzles. I love trying to solve things like that. We had some members of my family, because it was a big family thing, who kind of were content to just be like, oh, like, just going with the flow. I would still say that it's a lot of fun as long as you have the right crowd. I also just realized I did not answer my own question. And in this case, I guess it would depend on how many puzzles in the escape room and how much time I had to get out, because some of them are real doozies. I feel like I could do it though. Riddles are hit or miss. I'm decent at riddles if I'm given enough time to think about it. So I don't know. I guess in this case, I'm going to go with escape room. Elena says, what time are you sprinting tomorrow? I am not sprinting tomorrow, but Kat is. She's doing it at, what did she say, 8 a.m. Central Time, I believe. So you should definitely join her. That'd be fun. And Zach says, I helped design a full functioning escape room in one of my friend's screenplays. Oh, I love that. That's so fun. Faye says it wasn't really a second season. It's just the writer director using the same actors like he did in Midnight Mass. Oh, okay. Good to know. That makes more sense. And I look forward to seeing that as well. That'll be a new experience for Keaton and I, because he had seen Midnight Mass when he showed it to me. I've seen Haunting of Hill House, showing it to him. We can have that other show be a new experience for the both of us. Faye said he used a lot of the actors in A Midnight Club and Fall of the House of Usher. Well, they're really great. I could see why he would keep using them. They do such a great job. Heidi says, I think that Haunting Hill House show is not like the book. I have never read the book, so I can't confirm or deny that, but I imagine they're very, very different. Though, to be fair, anytime a book has ever gotten turned into a TV series, I feel like a lot gets changed. It's one of the reasons why I've never watched the Good Omens TV show, which I heard they're doing a third season now that's supposed to be based off of the sequel that Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett had thought about writing together, but obviously didn't get to because Terry Pratchett passed away. I don't want to see that. Good Omens, the book was perfect just as it was. Nicole says, we did all family. Half were riddle solves. A fourth were good at activating things. A fourth worked on physical puzzles. My stepmom sat in a chair and provided commentary. Oh, that's great. But you know what? It sounds like you had a great crowd. So that's fantastic. And Faye says, Heidi, it has a lot of the same themes as the book, and there are similarities in the general plot, but the book isn't about a family like the show is. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't realize the book was not about a family. I figured the family wasn't the same, but I didn't know it wasn't really a family at all. Also, we're getting kind of down to the end of the comments here. I'm trying to see. I think I could probably do a 45 and 2 30 minutes tonight. Does that sound good with you all? And if we do that, in what order would you like to do them? Alicia says, very different, Heidi. Okay. Alicia says, yeah, what Faye said. Okay. Faye says, Mike Flanagan kind of blends more than one work by the same author when he creates his shows. That's fair. My understanding is Midnight Mass was his own original creation, though, like that he wrote it and sat on that for years. At least that's what Keaton had told me. Faye says, some of the Haunting of Hill House came from Shirley Jackson's short stories. Okay. Heidi says, Faye, Alicia, thanks. I will skip the show. And Nicole says 30, 45, 30. Okay, we can do that. That makes sense. Angela says, no third season. I heard only one 90-minute show, the Gaiman accusations, you know? Yeah, I've heard them. And all of it is ugly, honestly. And it's really difficult when you like somebody's work and you like somebody's art, but you either can't comment on them as a person or you don't necessarily like them as a person. And I feel like the longer that somebody's around or the more famous that they get, the more likely they are to have some sort of scandal that happens. And then you have to question, well, is it okay that I like this thing that they wrote or directed or starred in? In this case, because I do love Gaiman's novels. I'm not commenting on him as a human being, but I like his work. I'm separating the art from the person as much as I possibly can. Melinda says 30, 45, 30. All right, so we got 2 for that. Cole says hike. Hike. Zach says 45, 30, 30. Nicole adding a second one in there. Heidi says Good Omens season 2 had no Pratchett, and boy was it a stinker. Yeah, you can't take Pratchett out of Good Omens. I mean, like there was so much of that was his voice, and I loved that about that book. I mean, they did a really good job writing it together, honestly. Because they both really came through. But because they both came through, you can't then have another season where it's only one of their voices. That just isn't going to work at all. Faye says, I mostly read classics, so I have a lot of practice separating authors and work. That is totally fair. And Angela says, I want to read all of Gaiman's books. And you absolutely should. You know, if they speak to you and you enjoy them, that doesn't mean that you're wanting to go meet him and tell him that he's like the best person in the world. You just really like some stories that he wrote, and that's totally cool. I would never want to meet J.K. Rowling ever in my life. So, but people enjoy Harry Potter. And if somebody was like, yeah, I like Harry Potter, I don't think that they're a bad person, even if J.K. Rowling's kind of a shitter, just saying. But yeah, so I will do the 30, 45, 30 as was previously recommended. I thank you all for being a little more flexible tonight. I'm obviously doing this differently than I normally do. But my eyes are just getting really tired, but I still want to go for as long as possible. So maybe the shorter sprints will help me a little bit with the lighting and everything. And I will go ahead and get you all your next question. So the next one that I have for you is, would you rather have to defeat a werewolf or a vampire? So imagine you're like in a novel or you're in a horror movie, you are the main protagonist, and there is a vampire or a werewolf trying to murder you. Which one do you think that you could beat? And how do you think that you would do it? So I got 30 minutes up on the clock. Think about that. I think it's fun. And I'll see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did a smidgen of reading during that sprint, made it to a new chapter beginning and to page 68. Not getting a whole lot of reading done tonight, but I added another layer of border around this piece. So I think I know what I'm going to do with this. I'm completely freewheeling this whole thing. So I'm like mapping it out, like kind of blocking it out of my mind as I go and just hoping for the best. But it seems to be going pretty well. So not bad. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have to defeat a werewolf or a vampire? Let's see. Melinda says, vampire, I'd breathe on him with my garlic bread. Eat a really good piece of garlic toast right before. Go hi. Storm says, I think I would go against a werewolf because I could shoot a silver bullet from a distance and wouldn't have to fight up close. There you go. Faye says, vampire. Fighting a vampire is more about having the right tools to flash it in the face than brute strength or good aim. That is also very fair. Because if you think about it, if you could trap the vampire and keep it enclosed until daylight, you could technically burn them to death. It's not just a stake through the heart. With a werewolf, you're pretty much going with a silver bullet or catching them during like the transformation phase if we're going, for like Van Helsing rules. Zach says, it depends on the lore, but I think vampires would have far more easily exploited weaknesses. But in general, I'd rather fight a werewolf because I'd much rather be turned by one of those than a vampire. That's fair. So you're like, if I lose, at least I become a werewolf. Storm says 61% into my book. Very nice. Emily says, vampire, many more ways to wound and kill. So true. Denise says, read 14 pages on page 51, 9 pages left to finish the first short story. Yay! We'll probably stop reading after that. I don't blame you. I'm taking more breaks tonight than normal. My concentration is suffering, but that's okay. We all have days like that. I'm going to need to get more apple cider soon. This will end up being like my third mug if I get more. Zach says, got some reading done and ate the last piece of my leftover lasagna. Nice. I love a good pasta. I made a delicious mushroom cavatappi yesterday, and I make it fairly recently because it's one of Keaton and my favorite dishes. Yesterday's, though, it was great. And it makes it hard for me to replicate because I kind of eyeball some things and it turns out a little bit different every time, but I was proud. I was proud of how tasty it was. Faye says, I was mostly playing Yoshi just because I can. That's wonderful. Such a soothing evening. Seems like everybody's chilling out, and I love that. So we have 45 for our next sprint, which was decided. So this is our second to last sprint of the evening. So my last regular question for you all is going to be, would you rather have the power to grow an abundance of food easily or have a Snow White level connection with animals? I feel like I've asked a version of this question before, but not the exact question, I don't think. Melinda says, Italian food is always better the next day. It makes the garlic more potent. Also extremely true. I have never had any instance where the fettuccine Alfredo has been better the first day than the second. Denise says, a vampire. I'm afraid of strange dogs, so would be frightened, frozen by a wolf. Okay, that makes perfect sense too. Emily says, a spinner wheel picked Our Wives Under the Sea. And now I've decided to switch to Rebecca. Nice. I got my copy of Our Wives Under the Sea. That was originally something I had heard about from Robert, believe it or not. And he was kind of like so on it. But I'm very curious to form my own opinion on it because it sounds like a really interesting premise. I'm hopeful. Sometimes premises don't pan out the way that we want them to, though, especially when the marketing for the book is describing something that is not at all what is happening in the book. So I thought that the marketing for Under the Whispering Door was a little misleading, not entirely, because most of it was correct, but some of it was just brutally wrong. So I'll go ahead and get our sprint started because it looks like we've got some some answers rolling in for this next question, and I'm loving them. So I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'll see you all again in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. I was literally on the last stitch of this. I'll finish it during the next sprint. So let me know how you did. I spent the entirety of that just crocheting and taking care of my dog. So before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have the power to grow an abundance of food easily or have a Snow White level connection with animals? Let's see what you had to say. Let's see. Faye said Snow White, please. Please. Melinda says, I finished Our Wives Under the Sea this week. Good book. Awesome. I'm glad that you liked it. Leisha said, I got 25% in The Starving Saints. I want that Snow White connection. Angela said, I'd much rather have the Snow White connection with animals. Emily says, enjoying Our Wives Under the Sea, though definitely not what I expected based off of how people described it. Not sure how it was marketed. It's more like slow burn horror, though only halfway through. Okay, that's not what I expected for the marketing, so very interesting. You said grow food would save me money. Very fair. Zach says, I liked Our Wives Under the Sea, 3 stars. I just read Feed Them Silence by Lee Mandello, which had similar themes but wasn't as good. Providence Girls by Morga Dante is my next Amelia themed one, or similar themed one. I'm guessing that's what you were saying, similar themed. Cool. Oh, 3.5 stars. Okay. 3.5 for Our Wives Under the Sea. Teresa said, I already have both. I like that. That's great. That's a great answer. Zach says, I liked animals but loathe gardening, but I think the food would be much more practical. And Nicole says, connection with animals. And he said, I definitely read the first one as not an abundance of food. Oh, eat everything. Yeah. That's already me, though. Christina says, does easily include the absence of bugs? If yes, then I pick grow food. Otherwise, no thank you. I have a phobia of spiders. And has anyone ever seen a potato bug? Oh my gosh, beyond gross. I have never seen a potato bug, but I will end up looking that up. I had not considered bugs for this prompt as being, I guess they are technically part of the animal kingdom, but humans are as well. So we're going to exclude bugs, like I'm excluding humans from this equation. So there you go. Storm says, I am horrible at gardening, so I want to be able to grow lots of food, especially with grocery prices these days. See, that's the take I kind of have for this question is I love animals, and I, from my heart, would want to pick the animal connection. For the brain, though, like the understanding of what would be most useful, I feel like I'd have to go with gardening. Angela says, I've read 89 pages, just ended a chapter and about to fall asleep. I look up and see you going to town on those granny squares. I had a good laugh. Yeah, I probably had a very intense face. Thank you for your support on my little granny squares. I'm having a ball. Like I really am. It's starting to come together. I have no idea how I'm going to attach all the pieces, but I'm going to figure it out. I don't know. Hopefully, maybe by the next sprint. I mean, I know I'll have it done by then, but I want to be able to hold it up to you all and be like, look, this is what I was making last time, which is exciting. So I hope that you have a wonderful evening, get some great rest, have good dreams, and head into a fantastic weekend. So thank you for coming, Angela. And Melinda says, a connection with animals. If I had the ability to grow all the food, I'd be working all the time. That's true. That's very true. Stormy says, I read nothing. That's totally okay. Faye says, I'm almost finished Carmilla. Very nice. Emily says, did you listen to music or podcast while you crochet? Since I started audiobook, sitting in silence feels weird. I was actually watching a YouTube video for a horror reader, Jordaline Reads. I think that she's hilarious. And there was actually a part, I think, during that last sprint that she said something and I started laughing out loud. So there's just the damnedest things that come out of her mouth sometimes, and I think it's great. Denise says, I finished the first story, really good story, but I'm confused by the ending. We'll Google it to see what others thought. Maybe I should change my last answer to escape room. Oh, you are so funny. I hate it when I read a book and I go, did I understand the ending of that properly? Because inevitably, whenever I look it up, I understood it the same as everybody else. And I'd be willing to bet it's probably the same for you. Some books are just weird and they're meant to be that way. It's not that you missed anything, they're just weird. Then he said, "Grow food, can have plenty and enough to share." Yeah, that's true. I could fill the pantries of those around me as well, which would be very nice. Spread that bounty. So that means that our final sprint of the evening is going to be 30 minutes. We'll be ending, it'll be over 5 hours that we'll have gone tonight, that's really good. That's a long time. And as always, my very last question of the evening is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? This is always one of my favorite questions to ask. So let's see what your answers are during this next sprint. Nicole says, decided to open some book boxes. Not happy. They stack them in such a way that some of them are badly bent. No. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm guessing you had your movers pack them for you. Is that accurate? I would be so pissed. I didn't let any of my movers pack any of my boxes. And funny enough, my books were the one thing that I would not let them move. I moved them all myself, even though they weighed a ton. I wouldn't let them. And I'm glad that I didn't because they damaged two of my furniture pieces when they were moving them in. I can only imagine what they would have done to those boxes. Denise says, "Oh no, Nicole, I hate that for you. I do too." Teresa says, "Someone once called me the cat whisperer. I live in town and grow tons of produce, but I still have to preserve it somehow." Oh, that's great. Storm says, "Oh no." Yeah. You said, "I packed all my 5-star read books. These are unread." They're your TBR books. That's so sad. You didn't even get a chance to read them and they're damaged. I'm so sorry. It sucks. Oh, well, I hate to, don't want you to all to go on a sprint on that note, but it's what we're doing. You did say that I'm glad I decided to unbox them. Yeah, I'm glad that you did too. Teresa said, sorry to hear that, Nicole. Yeah, maybe you'll be able to bend them back a little bit. That's my hope for you, or like iron them out or something. I don't know if that would work or not. And Nicole says, I'm the only one who gets to bend my books, but I have my books back, so there's that. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate you looking on the positive side of that. I just hate that you're gonna like when you look at them, you're gonna think about how they got bent because I know that happens to me when I see one of my books that got damaged. I always think about how it got damaged. Oh, that's so awful. Oh, but you are looking at it on the positive side. And then Faye sent a hug. Yeah, sending you a hug too, Nicole. Well, I will get us all started on this next sprint. Do tell me again your thing you accomplished over the last week, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Just did some more crafting. And Bubby came in and he's wanting me very much to get off my stream because he's like, you need to pay attention to me, Mom. And you can see him. You want to come up here, Bub? You want to come say hi? Say hi to everybody? No? Okay, that's okay too. All right. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing that's happened over the last week that you're proud of? So let's see what you had to say. Oh, Faye said, when my parents and I moved once, a whole box of my mom's books mysteriously disappeared. Moving sucks. Yeah, it does. I also hate moving. Zach says, I hit 150 books and 5,000 pages for the year. Congratulations. That's amazing. Nicole says, thanks, guys. I knew you'd understand. Yes, we do. Tessa Dean says, I got back into working on the memoir and actually made forward progress this time. Great job. I'm happy to hear that. Nicole says, yay, Zach. Angela says, Alex, I know you're into sci-fi, horror, mystery, etc. Have you read anything by Joe R. Lansdale? I inherited about 35 books, signed copies for my little brother when he passed away in 22. I am not familiar with Joe R. Lansdale at all, actually, but I can take a look because just because I haven't read anything by him doesn't mean I haven't heard of anything. So, because that's a lot of books as well. Sounds like he was a very prolific author. Books. I'm not seeing anything immediately from his titles. Oh, Edge of Darkwater. That's actually a book that Jordaline was just talking about, funny enough. Like her favorite books of 2022 or her scariest books, I think it was, of 2022. So, yeah, other than that one, I'm not familiar with any of these. But hopefully you'll end up enjoying them. That's a lot of books to inherit. And cool that they're signed copies. Zach says, thanks, Nicole. And Teresa says, knowing how you are, Nicole, you're probably taking it better than I would. I would be taking it to somebody or talking to somebody about it. Yeah, I totally understand that. Angela says, I learned how to pronounce Hercule Poirot correctly today. That was my biggest accomplishment. Yeah, I love saying his name. It's so much fun. I don't say it very well in terms of like the fluidity that I would if my mouth naturally made those noises, but I really try. Teresa says, Angela, it took me a long time also. Jessica says, I finally told someone that I thought they were not coping with the situation and maybe they needed therapy to help them cope more healthily. Is that a word? They still told me where to go, but never mind. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's really hard when you try to have an open conversation with somebody about, things that are going on with them and you know that it's a sensitive subject and you're trying to be there for them while also saying, I think it would require more of a professional touch to be able to really step into this situation. And I mean, and when I was in like college, for example, I was so stressed out about the future and about my grades and trying to stay on top of everything all the time, wanting to be perfect about everything. And one of my professors openly told me, he's like, I think that you should see somebody about that. And I remember at the time I was so offended by that because I was like, no, I have it under control. Well, I did end up eventually going to therapy and like trying to work on all of the the anxiety that I've experienced and trying to come up with coping mechanisms for that. And it's still not perfect, but I'd like to think that it's better. And sometimes, as painful as it is for somebody to hear that they need to go to therapy, hopefully they will take that to heart. Even if it takes time, they'll take it to heart and they'll go. So good on you for bringing that up with someone. Angela says, Nicole, I'm very sorry to hear that. Nicole, I definitely look into filing a claim. You have some really great books. Yeah, the one bad thing about moving companies, and I found this out when they damaged my furniture, is when I brought up with them, I was like, "Well, what can I do about this? Because you guys like literally irreparably broke this like nightstand that had a lamp that actually went up through it. Like the lamp was part of the nightstand." They looked at me and they were like, "Well, because it's not a high value item, I can tell you right now nothing's going to be done about it and you're not going to get any money back." And I just thought that that was an absolutely shit policy. But I could just see somebody saying that, being like, "Well, it's just, they're just books. Were they like signed or rare or collectibles?" It's like, that doesn't matter. It's a personal property. It should be covered, but I don't know. Maybe your movers, Nicole, would take it more seriously than mine. Mine were very blasé. Angela said, Teresa, yes. Faye says, finish Carmilla. I'm afraid I didn't love it, but then I'm not a huge vampire fan. That's okay. But hey, you got through it. A lot of people finished books tonight, which is amazing. Christina says, today I was presented with the President's Recognition Award at the hospital I work at and beyond thrilled and appreciative of recognition for dedication and hard work. Congratulations to you, Christina. That's amazing. You have worked so hard for that. If you earn that award, man, I can only imagine the hours that you put in, the care that you put in, the thought, the heart. That's amazing. And you deserve it. Jessica says, I have to head off now, going to have dinner with my sister. Well, enjoy your dinner. I hope you have a good time with her. Faye says, I'm proud that I survived my degree program. Yes, didn't drop out, didn't get fatally ill from stress. It was a real possibility. Pretty soon I get to call myself a BA lifelong dream. Yes, Faye, congratulations to you as well. Jazz hands, you have made it through a massive trial in your life, and you get to now move on to the next chapter and you get to experience all the joys of the working world. And, honestly, I will say that for me, I was happy to be in the working world and out of college. Hopefully, you're going to find that experience as well, because I felt like I had more freedom. There were certain things I missed about school, but kind of like getting to start my life brought me a lot of joy. So I'm excited about that for you. Zach says, I do love Carmilla. One of the main reasons is it's older than Dracula, in my opinion. Okay. Angela says, I know Lansdale writes some scary, freaky things. Yeah, that's what Jordaline said. She's like, this is like horrible, like horrifying. She liked the story. Nicole says, I'll reach out to the moving company. There's some general insurance on it, and I have lots of haul videos showing them in new condition. I'm not holding my breath. I know, but hey, the fingers are crossed for you. Maybe it'll work out. And Nicole says, yay, Christina. Heidi says, I just watched A Monster Calls. It was great. That young actor was incredible. I never saw the movie, but I'm really glad that you liked it, Heidi. Hopefully it is like the book, because the book is amazing. Faye says, jazz hands. Yes. Zach says, I'll be topping off my night with a bowl of Carmilla creepy cereal. Creeper cereal. That's great. Angela says, Christina, congratulations. Emily says, Christina, congrats. What a great recognition. Absolutely. Faye says, I'm disabled, so probably won't join the working world so much as have some side hustles, but thank you. Very fair. And you know what? If those side hustles bring you joy and make you feel good and they give you purpose, that's all that matters. Teresa says, Christina, I have had lots of bad experience with medical staff here, but it makes me appreciate you hard workers even more. Sorry, I did not get that out very well, but yes, Teresa's message, I absolutely agree with that 100%. Denise says, got some cleaning done in my garage, need to do a lot more, but at least I got started. Hey, great job. Zach says, I meant to say Carmilla is older and better than Dracula, in my opinion. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Thank you for clarifying, Zach. I had a couple different things I was proud about this week. I mean, you guys saw my one project I'm working on, but the other thing is I had my biggest event of the year. I had an event for 213 people, and amazingly, it went off without a hitch. Like literally, I ordered the exact right amount of food. There was the right number of drinks. Everybody had a really nice time. Just overwhelming success. 213 people. It was a lot. It was a lot. I was very tired after that event. I was actually a night I was planning on going to trivia with some friends, and I got home and I was just so like my body just kind of hurt after the day that I had to take time and just rest. And I actually asked Keaton, I was like, "Can we just go out for Mexican? I just want to get Mexican food." And I had Mexican and a margarita, and that was a good way to wind down after that day. Denise says, children played word games. Good night, everyone. Good night to you too. Yes, so everybody, that is the end of our sprints on Friday. Again, wishing everybody a wonderful weekend. I get to meet up with some friends tomorrow. Keaton and I were going to like a little kind of like art alley thing, if you will, with a group of people to, just look at the cool things that people make and, potentially buy some artisanal things, eat some good food. That's the best way to live life, especially in the fall. So, really looking forward to it. And then Sunday, I'm hoping is just going to be pretty chill. So, I might stay up for a while longer to do some more projecting. Hopefully, I'm going to get some more reading done this weekend. I have to be able to stay on track. Hoping to be able to get a video out on Sunday as well. I have all the footage done. I just need to edit it. So, we'll see. We will see. I'm going to do my best. So, until next time, have a great life, everybody. Just have a great life. Christina says, thanks, everyone. I printed and stuck it on the fridge because why not? Absolutely. You should look at that every day and be proud of it. Faye says, thanks, Alex. Good night, everyone. You too, Faye. Teresa says, I would frame it, Christina. 100% you should frame it. Melinda says, good night, all. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you, Melinda, for coming. Denise says, great job. Are you an event planner? That's not my job title, but it is part of my job. So technically, yes. Angela says, thanks for the sprints. Have a great week ahead. You too. Zach says, good night. Don't let the vampires bite. Absolutely. Emily said, thanks for sprints. Thank you, Emily, for coming. With that, bye, everybody.